What's good, everybody? Hello. What's up, Anthony Webb? Drops on for what? We got channel-specific drops. So if you watch the stream or gift a sub, you will get some cool channel badges and things like that. So just keep watching the stream. And you can see up in the screen there, if you're watching, it'll show what drops are available. What's up, my zombie inside? What's good, Barack? What's good, Wrestling Mayhem? McKinney Sand, Scream Keeper. What's good, Joey Giggles? If Sony gets sued into the ground, how will they make Destiny 2? That's a good question, but that's not our problem to solve. That's Hiroki Totoki's problem. What's good, Kondai? How's it going? We got Roll Me. What's up? Bungie wants Destiny 2 to die to have high copium that players will go to Marathon. It won't be long until Bungie forcibly shut down the servers for Destiny 2. I don't know about that one. If they did shut down the servers forcibly for Destiny 2, people would be pretty pissed off. It would be wise of them to avoid that, right? It honestly makes sense. What's good, Icer? What's good, Fuzzy? So it's the GTA 6 leaks on stream? I would probably get sued into oblivion. So, unless you can afford me a small loan of $1 million to hire a legal team, then I will not be showing the GTA 6 leaks on stream. What's good? Abby? Destiny 3, that's what I'm saying. Who's suing them? We're going to watch the video about it. It actually came from our boy Rick Kakis. What are they being sued for? Rick Kakis' videos. We're going to go watch it in a minute here. Thank you for years of guidance. That's what I'm saying. Is this the monopoly situation? Litigation may keep them distracted from Sunrise? Possibly, yeah. Let's see what we got here. Our boy Rick Kakis, dude. Now that's a freeze frame right there. That's a thumbnail right there. I know I won't spoil. Yeah. What's good, Rudar? What's good, Con? Let's do this thing. Appreciate everyone tuning in. Appreciate everyone clicking on the notification. Let's see what we're cooking up. Let's see what Sony is getting sued for. We'll start off with this today. And then we're getting back into the solo flawless grind. I'm on Vespers, and I'm on the final boss for practice. The voice and face don't match? What do you mean? What do you expected my voice to sound like?
Wait, you want me to sound like this? This way? Is this what you were expecting, Louis? Is this what you want, huh? I'm fine. I'm talking like this for the rest of the stream.
What's good? And we got Mother Mayhem with the Prime sub. Thank you very much. What's good, Devil Scale? What's up? Thank you very much for the sub, Mother Mayhem. W in the chat for Mother Mayhem. Prime sub. Love to see it. It's time. Yo, it's your boy, Luck Kakis, back again, bringing you another hit. Smash the like button. Sony is now getting sued for billions. Now that is a spicy title. I absolutely had to click on this one from our boy Rick Kakis here. This is top trending in the topic, 100,000 views. Let's see what we're cooking up over here.
What is up, guys? It's your boy Rick Kakis, and today, oh my goodness, somehow the Sony situation got even worse. You thought this was a PR catastrophe. It is somehow turning into a PR calamity, or whatever the worst version of that is. Guys, we have a massive update. Sony is facing lawsuits in 5 different countries and maybe more. So what the heck is
God damn, that sounds pretty bad. 5 different countries of lawsuits against them is pretty crazy. Sounds like an average Wednesday for Bungie, though, right? There was a period of time there where we were dealing with like Christopher Barrett lawsuit, Red War campaign theft, and a variety of others that I've just forgotten now. They're like repressed memories.
going on? Well, let's get started. All right. Now, so we can get everyone on the same page, and honestly, because I love doing this, like the timeline of what Sony has done only in the past couple of months is one of the most insane things. And every time I go over it, I remind myself just how absurd Sony's actions have been. So let's take a look at it. Now, of course, we begin with Destiny 2's live service unceremoniously ending. Out of nowhere, Sony, who bought Bungie for $3.6 billion, did nothing with the main IP that Bungie owns, and then subsequently gutted the team behind Destiny 2. And even if you're watching and you're going, well, this was actually all Bungie's fault, it's not Sony's fault, well, this happened on June 25th. This is when Bungie announced mass layoffs, June 25th. Guys, literally 1 day later, on June 26th, PlayStation announced it wants to revitalize the market with new live service games. Dude,
Jeez, that's crazy. So I think that when we talk about the Destiny 2 end of service era, obviously the majority of the blame does go down to Bungie, right? Like Sony purchased them and gave them complete creative freedom to take the game in whatever direction they wanted. And, you know, clearly they decided to drive it into the ground. They chose Edge of Fate. They chose Matter Spark. They chose needless power grind and everything else that kind of led to the death of Destiny 2, Lightfall, you name it, right? They chose all these things, and, you know, that in tandem with Sony not exactly wanting to restructure things led to the death. So a part of it does go to Sony. And I die on this hill that because Destiny had a sizable audience, I mean, even today, there's like probably hundreds of thousands of people that are going to log in and play Destiny 2. Like we could go look it up. Pulling up the popularity report in the last 60 days, yesterday alone, there was 360,000 people that logged into the game across all platforms. That's what it says right there. 360K. It's kind of small, but see that. So my point is that when you have a game with such a sizable audience, the goal should be to like restructure, you know, adjust the budget a little bit and figure out how to make this thing profitable. Now, if it's just completely impossible, then I guess that's just what it is. And maybe that's what Sony came to. But you can't help but feel like with all the games that are out there right now struggling to find an audience, to have a game have a completely different dilemma, which is that it has a massive audience, but just cannot satiate the budget of the studio. Like, that's a really crazy situation, and that's very unusual. It's very rare that a pretty popular game dies because the studio just can't afford to keep developing it. But of course, you know, Bungie being Bungie, of course they would cook up the most bizarre outcome possible for the franchise.
even if you're a Destiny 2 hater, what the heck is that? Like, what is that? Talk about tone deaf. Talk about clueless. Talk about absurd. You completely gut Destiny 2. You end its live service, one of the most well-known live service games of all time. You announce mass layoffs at Bungie, and then 1 day later, literally you can't even wait 24 hours, and then you're like, we should make more live service games. Well, if that's the case, do I have a franchise for you? It's called Destiny and a game called Destiny 3. You want to get some more live service games? There's a layup there for you. There's an alley-oop. All we need is one person with a couple of working brain cells at Sony to make that one happen. But unfortunately, that's not actually going that well. Anyways, at this point, the Destiny community is furious with Sony. Well, guys, really not too long later, we were talking less than a month later, only a couple of weeks later, Sony announces it is ending physical disc support in 2028.
When it rains, it pours. For Sony, oh my God. It is pretty crazy the timeline that he's putting together here. And starting with the end of Destiny 2, leading to their bizarre live service ambitions, which I guess involves Marathon. And now pushing on to the end of physical media, which has turned into a controversy that I knew was going to be a big one. I didn't know that it was going to be as big as it's actually gotten. I feel like this has turned into a beast of its own when it comes to the end of physical gaming media. And yeah, this became kind of the cherry on the shit cake, I guess, for Sony.
So this is still a calamity. I think the last time I went over this tweet, we had a different community note. It has so many community notes that when Sony disputes one, there's another one that pops up. That's crazy. It is at 184 million views with only 66,000 likes and 108,000 comments. Yeah, play has limits. I put it to perspective. Domino's Pizza is in the comments saying, makes about as much sense as us changing to digital pizzas. 182,000 likes. So basically triple.
You know it's bad when Domino's is absolutely obliterating you in the replies.
The amount of likes on the official post. So people are not happy about that. But then it gets even crazier. Not too long after, I made a video covering this. Turns out entire countries are not letting this go. Mexican lawmakers, I'm not gonna bother. Reyes and another guy have filed an antitrust.
Dude, Mexico is standing up for us? Hell yeah. Viva la Mexico. That's what I'm talking about. This is what we need. We got to stand up against Sony. Let's see what they have to say.
Complaint against Sony. That's right. People from the Mexican government, under the guise of consumer protection, because of all the issues that going fully digital would create. For example, you have a digital monopoly. If you can only buy new PlayStation games on the official PlayStation Store and you can't go get it from Walmart or wherever else, that's a monopoly. Like, that creates some huge problems, guys. So again, made a video talking about this, and that lawsuit was roughly for the amount of $500 million.
Damn.
By the way. The exact same amount that a bunch of people on Twitter said that it was just too much money for Sony to make Destiny 3. It was estimated to cost around $500 million.
Interesting.
Mexico's taken them to the cleaner for as much as a Destiny 3.
These are the Rick Kakis economics. We're calling it the Rickonomics. I like this.
So, yeah, if $500 million is so much money, they can't possibly make Destiny 3. If you're someone who said that on Twitter, well, then certainly we're already getting to the amount of money that maybe you should go back on these physical discs thing, right? Like, that's a huge problem. So, that brings us to now, and here is the latest news. So, Sony is now being sued in 5 countries over claims that it has too much control over digital game sales on PlayStation. The lawsuits filed in the United States, United Kingdom, Netherlands, Portugal, and what we talked about, Mexico, argue that...
That's what I'm talking about. We got USA, UK, the Netherlands. I don't know how they got involved in this. Portugal? Where did they come? That came from nowhere. Mexico? Where's Canada at? All right? Really? Canada? Really? What are you guys doing up there? Fucking around in the snow too much. Lock in, guys. We gotta fix this. Yes. Gamers call for aid. Canada. Even the UK locked in on this one. You're gonna let them outdo you like that?
Because Sony is the only company allowed to sell digital PlayStation games through the PlayStation Store, it can keep prices higher and give players a few choices. Yes, that's a huge thing. In one of my previous videos, my editor just randomly went to like the Walmart website, like live while making the video, and found out that God of War Ragnarok was full price, like $70 normally on PlayStation Store and like $30 at Walmart. So it's like, that is what you will lose. The PlayStation games will just never go on sale.
Not to mention, obviously, you can take your game and let people borrow it. You can take your game that has value when you own it, and you can sell it to a GameStop and, get your $2.50 for the $60 game you bought 2 weeks ago. But still, you have some exchange rate. Like, it has some value, some lingering value, versus in a digital future, you could not take your game down to GameStop, obviously. You can't let someone borrow your digital game. And yeah, you're also going to pay higher prices because Sony would effectively have a monopoly, and whatever they decide is the cost of the game on the PlayStation Store, that's the cost, right? And the only option you have is to go somewhere else, like basically purchase on Xbox or on Steam, if those games are even available there, because obviously they're also in tandem doing the console exclusives to basically force you and strong arm you into buying the games that you love on their platform, which also forces you to buy their hardware, and then also forces you to pay for their subscription so you can get access to their PlayStation Store, where they force you to pay whatever price they want. It's pretty awesome. It's really good, really consumer friendly practices here from Sony, right? We love them over here, as you can tell. Hopefully you're detecting the sarcasm.
Now, we actually have the a bigger article detailing exactly what is happening, and that is going to be right here, guys. So as you can see, PlayStation is being sued in 5 different countries over anti-competitive concerns, and the end of discs isn't helping. So here is what is going on. Sony Interactive Entertainment pulled digital download codes from retail stores in April 2019 before announcing its discless future earlier this month. Not only did lots of PlayStation fans hate these decisions, they also argued that they constitute anti-competitive behavior. PlayStation is forcing its players into purchasing video games exclusively from its own online marketplace, PlayStation Store. Players who filed lawsuits said, and Sony benefits from that according to the lawsuits, because it's able to take a 30% cut in its sales with little fear of other retailers undercutting their prices.
So if you don't know, they take that 30%, and that's why they want you on that PlayStation platform. And this is something that Steam does as well, and their platform is free though, and a lot of people purchase games on Steam. Steam has become wildly popular now. They're basically winning in the platform race by a wide margin, and for those reasons, Sony is a little bit hesitant to let their IPs go on both platforms because they just don't want to lose, right? They're not trying to lose money and their market share, basically. Someone in the chat said Sony is in the microchip crunch and they want to generate income because you can't borrow your friend's game when you're done. Monopoly on their game. Absolutely. A compounding factor of this entire situation is the fact that we are experiencing a computer component crisis. And that crisis is happening largely in part because AI data centers are soaking up all the components. So that way the AI race that's happening right now to create, what is it, AGI? Is that what they're looking for? Whoever can get there first can make a multi-trillion-dollar company out of it. And so that's the goal. Everyone's racing to make their billions and billions of dollars with AI. And in the process, we are, basically, we're basically getting screwed over from it. The gamers are, because the components for PCs, gaming PCs, are more expensive now. The components for these consoles are way more expensive. And they've been selling these consoles at a loss for a while because they have this like crazy, I don't even know if you'd call it a manipulation tactic. It's a psyop where they sell the console to you pretty cheap so you feel like you got a good deal, but they make up the money because they sell you a bunch of games, or they make you buy the subscription, right? And so they kind of make up for that reason. But it's for those reasons that I'm under the belief, and some people disagree, but it's for those reasons that I'm under the belief that the console business is a losing business, that things are trending towards Steam, things are trending towards PC. You have a higher degree of agency. You don't have the forced subscription to play on their servers, like it's messed up if you think about it. If you own Destiny 1 right now and you want to go play it on any multiplayer feature, you have to purchase PlayStation Plus. You have to pay their $15 a month subscription just to play a game that you already bought 12 years ago. Where's the logic in that? That's kind of messed up, actually. And so for those reasons, I do think that PC wins because, one, they have the better concept. They solve the problems better than everyone else. And they just have the wide open platform, just the free platform. Like, it's just free to download Steam. And they're continuously improving it with Steam OS and countless other things. And I don't think these console companies can compete. And so because they can't compete in a competitive way, they have to do anti-competitive behavior. And that's what this is. They have to do things where they basically nickel and dime you for every little thing possible, making you pay for the PlayStation subscription, making you pay for this, making you pay for that, a console, and then they upgrade to a new console and the PlayStation 3, 4, 5, 6. And then they remove the discs, right? And what happens when they remove discs? They make it so you have to buy a separate item that plugs into your PlayStation 6 whenever that thing comes out. And that's the only way you can play your old discs that you purchased all those years ago. Like, that's the game. And then they sell those things like hotcakes, right? And they're doing stuff like this where they're trying to push people into their digital marketplace. And it's a dying business. And it's silly to say because a lot of people will be like, really, a dying business, Lucky? They're worth $100 billion. Are you insane? And you can be worth $100 billion, but still have the wrong business now, or the worst position is what I would say. I think that their positioning is worse than Steam and Valve currently. And multiply where they're at right now times 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. And I think that you'll see Steam and Valve improve their positioning and their net worth substantially, whereas PlayStation will probably decrease by a pretty wide margin, unless something crazy happens, unless people suddenly, I guess, decide to flock onto consoles like crazy. But it seems like things are trending the other direction.
So, some of these lawsuits have been litigated for years, and others popped up recently, claiming Sony's announcement to stop selling discs is further anti-competitive behavior. So that would be something like the Mexico lawsuit, right? Where these are actual, like, people from the government. One of them is like a Mexican senator, government senator, right? And so it's like, man, you do not want to get sued by a government like that. Those things bog down, and even if Sony wins, it's going to be years of litigation, and it's a PR catastrophe. So once again, players suing argued Sony Interactive Entertainment is eliminating purchases choices. The lawsuits are international, spanning UK, Portugal, Netherlands, Mexico, and the US. So here's what is in some of the lawsuits. PlayStation user Ogston Kasuri filed a class action lawsuit on May 5th, 2021 in the United States District Court's Northern District of California. His lawyer's argument centered on retailers' ability to sell download codes for digital PlayStation games. And again, this is coming from what we said earlier. They removed this ability. And this lawsuit, maybe if it wasn't going well for them, oh my goodness, it just had the biggest layup with no physical discs, compounding this issues. They're arguing it's a monopoly, right? That's what the lawyers are saying. The average price for a digital code for a video game on the PlayStation Store was 74% higher than physical discs at retailers.
74% is actually crazy. And it shows just how much Sony is prepared to make from this, right? Like, this is going to help them offset the losses from things like Concord, burning $400 million. And obviously it's not directly related to that, but Sony has placed a lot of big bets that failed, right? They gambled and lost. They've shut down countless studios that we've talked about previously on here. There's so many at this point, there's no point in even listing them all off right now. And then, of course, Marathon as well is probably a project that's burning millions of dollars every month. So PlayStation's really struggling in their live service ambitions. They're kind of just losing in so many different fronts. And now their PR, which was something that they kind of had previously done, I would say, decently well. I mean, there were some things that they were pretty obnoxious about. If you don't remember, they were the last to come to the table when it came to crossplay, which is a feature that I think is phenomenal for every gamer. Everyone should be pro crossplay. The only reason why you'd be against crossplay is if you just don't like the other input device, like if you're a controller player that doesn't want to play against mouse and keyboard, or a mouse and keyboard doesn't play controller. That I can kind of understand, no crossplay in a PvP setting, but in a PvE setting, it's always better, right? Like if you're doing a raid in Destiny 2, you just want to fill the group and launch into the damn thing. You don't want to sit around and wait for 30 minutes, an hour, 2 hours to find a damn team. So cross play is incredible. Cross save is incredible. And PlayStation was famously the last to come to the table for this because they're just like a bunch of corporate suits that do everything they can to make their investors happy. And I think it will catch up with them if it isn't already. I know you can go look at their stock prices right now and point and laugh and say, Lucky, look, the stock is doing fine, buddy. No one cares about Rick Kakis's angry video or all the mean tweets or your videos. And that might be true at this point in time, but I think that over time it will eventually catch up to them. I think eventually, as consumer trends and as people get more familiar with it, and as people sort of, I don't know how to describe it. There's something about the comfortability of playing on a console. Like as that maybe fades with time, people will move on. But it'll take time because what's going to happen at this stage is that fucking PlayStation Plus subscription, that thing's going to get up and up and up. It's going to be jacked up in price more and more and more. You're going to feel like, God damn, I got to pay this much just to play the games that I already bought. Yeah. I got to pay this much money just to play Destiny 1 that I bought in 2014. Insane. And other games, of course. And these practices, it's like a vicious cycle. It's going to keep getting worse for them. I don't think that even if this goes through, which all the lawsuits is going to make it pretty hard to finalize this, but let's say it even goes through and Sony makes a little bit of more money from all these digital purchases. It won't stop there, right? It'll continue to be a problem because there's kind of a bigger issue that's happening with them in terms of their culture and the approach that they're taking to the games industry. Feels like they're a little too disassociated from what the gamers want, what the consumers want, and then what they as a company are providing.
That's insane. 74% on average higher on the PlayStation Store versus physical discs at places like Walmart, GameStop, etc. That is, my goodness. So
someone said, what does Sony have in the works that will bring people in to PlayStation? I seriously don't know. Yeah, maybe that Hunter's Gathering game. Have you seen this thing? Dude, this is like Concord 3 or 4, whatever number we're on, dude. Horizon Hunter's Gathering is this live service disaster that's waiting to happen, basically. They don't have much on the plate. Really, they really don't have much. And they're trying to set themselves up and position themselves up to have future exclusives, but I think that ship has kind of sailed, and I don't think it's going to land as well as they think it will. I think that they're going to try these tactics, right, that they've been doing, and eventually the consumers finally become informed, right? Like you watch this video, you read something online, you research the history of what's going on here, and you're like, you know what? Fuck these guys. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to Steam, you know? Like, I feel like that's probably what happens for most people, you know? I don't know. I'm not saying Steam's perfect by any means, but, you know, the platform's free, which is awesome. You got to buy a PC or build one, which is fucking expensive as hell, but after you do that, you know, you're sitting good for a while.
Sony made approximately $17 billion in revenue from the sale of digital PlayStation games in the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2021. The lawyers wrote in the complaint, the average price difference of 74% more indicated by the above data is representative of the broader market. Then overcharges resulting from Sony's monopoly could be in the range of a $7 billion per year as long as Sony's monopoly continues. So
$7 billion a year. It's a lot.
Here's another one. That's in the US. PlayStation You Owe Us. UK-based law firm Milberg London and a consumer rights group represented by Alex Nell filed the $7.9 billion lawsuit with the Competition Appeal Tribunal on August 19th. The same firm that's currently suing Valve, actually, over its Steam platform for similar reasons, and that case is ongoing.
Damn, that's a lot of money.
The amount of people on Twitter that acted like $500 million to make Destiny 3 for Sony was like beyond anything anyone's ever heard of, and it was like just impossible. It was literally impossible for Sony to even consider $500 million for Destiny 3. They might lose $8 billion with this one lawsuit. That's just the UK. That's not counting the US. That's not counting Portugal. That's not counting Mexico. Okay, so
let's break this down for a minute. And I know, Rick, he's just being funny and entertaining, right? And the argument he's making is that, because Sony stands to lose billions in this lawsuit, therefore they could very easily afford a $500 million budget for a Destiny 3, which was a fine premise in and of itself. But the real reason why they're probably hesitant to do that is because they can do the math of what Destiny 2 is pulling in terms of its profitability month by month, and they can multiply that by X number of years and basically deduce what a $500 million project of a Destiny 3 would probably amount to. And unfortunately, it probably wouldn't be as profitable as we envision it, right? Like, I'm a Destiny fanatic. I don't even care, right? I just want it more than anything. And I think Rick's the same way. Like, we really want that Destiny 3. But, they've done the math and they've crunched it, and it's probably not going to be profitable. That being said, though, you might think, okay, well, what are you saying, Lucky, that Sony shouldn't greenlight a Destiny 3? Well, what I'm saying is that Bungie is the problem here. They're too expensive. We joked about Bungie in Seattle and Bungie in Bellevue, Washington, right? This is like the tech mecca. This is where Microsoft was headquartered, and Amazon has headquarters there. You name it. Go look up online how many huge tech industries have like headquarters and massive operations in Bellevue, and it'll blow your mind, right? There's just a crazy amount of tech companies there. And so the cost of living is super high, and paying these Bungie devs is so much. And therefore, the game has to be a $500 million budget when made specifically by Bungie. However, if it was made by another studio, it could probably be, I don't even know, half that. It's hard to say what the estimations would be. It's hard to say if the quality would be there the same, because of course Bungie has, they have a certain magic to what they do in some ways. Their shooting is very visceral, and there's something about the shooting in Destiny and even in Marathon that's uniquely Bungie. And maybe it's a little bit of a psyop, but it feels like, you go look at the shooting in the game like High Guard, for example, and then you go look at the way an Ace of Spades shoots in Destiny 2, and you're like, these two things look very different. These do not look the same, that's for sure. So for those reasons, I think that Destiny 3 should get the green light, but maybe not with Bungie. Maybe Bungie has burned their bridges. Maybe they're charging too much. And with that crazy high cost, we'll just end up with the same outcome again, where Destiny 3 maybe launches and it's profitable for a year or two, and then maybe it's back down in the dumps again. And then we have to close Destiny 3. And it's like, shit, that's not good. It's not a good cycle. So I think that we either take Bungie and send them to Mumbai, where they can get paid, 10% the budget, or we just find a different studio that can do it for significantly less, right? We just saw Power World recently. Less than $10 million to make Power World, by the way. Less than $10 million. And the game has profited around $1 billion now. Think about that. That's an incredible ROI. That's an ROI that gets Sony out of bed, okay? That's an ROI that gets Hiroki Totoki rock hard. $10 million. Imagine if you greenlight a budget for a game. If you're Sony, you say, here's $10 million, go make this game. And they come back and say, hey, boss, we made you $990 million. Like, what? You did what? I gave you 10 million and you brought back 990 million. Like, oh my God, that's incredible, right? And that's why Power World is now making they've got trading cards. They've got a bunch of games in the works now because they just made so much money. And the problem for Bungie is that they went up to Mr. Totoki and said, give us 250 million, we'll make Marathon. He said, all right, here you go. And then they came back and said, boss, we lost, $240 million. Like, what you did? What? You lost how much? You lost 240 million on Marathon? Yeah, it just didn't go over too well. But if you give us 500 million, we'll try it again. It's like, it's not going to go over too well.
Yeah, if $500 million is a lot, well, then $8 billion is a lot more, guys. Fair PlayStation. This one is in Amsterdam. The Dutch arm of Milberg from the PlayStation You Owe Us suit announced in February 2025 that it was filing a complaint on behalf of Dutch Consumer Group. This group, and this is effectively the same as the UK lawsuit, but it will be tried based on Dutch laws, right? And so even if the UK case ends in favor of PlayStation and Sony, the Dutch laws are obviously written different. They might win that one. And again, I wonder how much that one's for. It's asking for roughly 500. One Destiny 3 is what they're asking for.
Listen, on the topic of Rickonomics here, which I think is a fair discussion, my craziest theory is that what's that game, Star Citizen? What's it called? The game that raised $1 billion. If they could raise $1 billion for that game, why can't the Destiny players raise half of that for a Destiny 3?
So, by the way, a representative of that case responded after publication. A Dutch collective action group that proceeds in stages. We're currently in the first stage where the court has to rule on the several preliminary questions, including jurisdiction, just talking about, the Sony tax and like what they're doing here. The secondhand game market is estimated at some $7.9 billion globally, and analysts have said it could steadily shrink and potentially disappear altogether once Sony stops producing discs, right? Like that is a huge problem, just hurting all these other industries significantly. I mean, there's entire stores that are completely based on selling physical discs. Okay,
RIP to GameStop. GameStop, if this goes through, count your days, buddy. Count your days. What are we going to turn GameStop into? Maybe we just turn it into a freaking vape shop, We call it Vape Stop. What are we going to turn all the GameStops into? We got to convert it into something. Maybe we'll just turn them all into mattress firms. There's never enough of those, Every time I go down a street, I'll see a mattress firm on one side of the street, the other side of the street, 2 blocks down. I could just use a couple more. Like, I shouldn't be able to walk 10 steps without seeing another mattress firm in any given town, in any metro district. So maybe we convert the GameStops into that. I don't know what's going to happen to them. GameStop is absolutely cooked. Your days are numbered. All right. You've already turned into not even a game store at this point. There's just a bunch of Funko Pops in there. The whole damn store is a big Funko Pop store. Call it Funko Pop Stop at this point. Digital vapes. Yeah, start selling digital vapes.
Continue. This is going to be the one in Portugal. Another massive lawsuit. I'm just going to kind of go quickly through here. The Mexico Antitrust Commission. This is the one that we talked about here, right? Senator. This is a senator from the government, right? So this is not associated with the other rights group that we talked about is suing in several different countries. This is its own thing. And guys, it could get even worse. So there you go. Like, this is really something. So far, this lawsuit is the only one that's used Sony's decision to phase out discs to make the anti-compete argument. But it's certainly something the other active cases will consider, and that Sony will have to contend with. Kotaku has reached out to Sony for comment, and what do you know, guys? Sony is just ignoring them. That seems to be their strategy for everything these days. But yeah, guys, this is really, really not good. As it's going over, it already had these other lawsuits in place after the 2019 decision to stop selling codes for digital games, right? And so that decision was enough to trigger multiple lawsuits, consumer rights lawsuits. So now we have the decision to stop physical discs altogether. this is going to lead to even more lawsuits. Like even more lawsuits. We already have the new Mexico one, but likely the ones that already exist are going to now gain more momentum. And again, this could lead to even more lawsuits down the road, guys.
So with the lawsuits, it should be understood as well that Sony has probably a pretty strong legal team, and they're able to just, I'm not saying that I'm on their side, but they're able to just chop through this stuff so fast, dude. They'll just chew through this in no time. They got the legal team on retainer, $1 billion in there, just sitting in. They got they probably have an entire law firm they own over there, for crying out loud, at this stage. And for us, if we got sued like this, us, normies, us peasants, us, peons that don't have billions, we would be in a lot of trouble. We would be cooked, right? We would be sitting on a street corner with a sign saying, we'll carry in trials for money. But Sony, they got plenty of money, and they got the best of the best when it comes to the legal team. So not saying that's going to get them out of it, but usually you do see a lot of that, right? Usually there's like rules for me and rules for thee type of energy there. And Sony, because they have all the money in the world and can hire the best lawyers, can probably slip out of most of this stuff. Now, is it still annoying? Sure. Does it still burn through money? Yeah. Does it still affect their PR? Definitely. But if it doesn't affect their bottom line, if we don't see a noticeable decrease in their stock value or in their investments, then they don't really care that much, At the end of the day, this is kind of like, it's hard to describe because it is a lot of money, but when you have so much money, it's like, it's just not that big a deal. I kind of think about it. I see these like celebrities, these like multi-million-dollar celebrities get pulled over and get a traffic ticket for like $300. And I'm like, 300, you give a speeding ticket to some NBA guy for $300. The guy's got like hundreds of millions. I'm sure that's really going to slow him down. Like it's got the same vibe of this. Like, all right, yeah, that's really going to upset them. Right. I don't think the lawsuits themselves are the biggest takeaway from this. In some ways, I think really the biggest takeaway is, does it start to actually affect Sony's bottom line? Do we actually see a noticeable difference in their stock value? If that changes, then you'll start to see Sony actually address these things instead of just hiding away like Rick mentioned here.
Now, we did talk in a previous video about Sony finally responding to the backlash for the first time ever in an earnings call, saying there are various reasons we made this decision. The biggest being that the digitalization of contents overall has been progressing. That's the big factor, right? Like they talked about the things that they're considering. They talked about, and so when we think about the future, we put a lot of thought and time into this. Like they acknowledged the backlash, saying that
they really should have, if they wanted this to go over well, they could have gotten rid of physical or tried to, but then made it so that the consumers felt that like it was a W for all of us. Like imagine if they said, okay, we're getting rid of the physical, but we're going to lower the cost of all the major titles by like 20% because of the added revenue that will be generated on the PlayStation Store. Instead, of course, in classic, greedy, corporate fashion, they don't mention anything like that. They're not trying to pass the savings on down to you, the consumer. They're trying to take all the $7 billion that they'll generate from this and continuously generate from this and put it directly into their pockets, right? Put it directly into making their investors happy and things like that. And so for those reasons, I think that really is what kind of set off this sort of powder keg of sorts. I wish that they had a better vision for understanding how bad this would be received and at least trying to create some kind of psyop where the consumers feel like, okay, we're losing physical media, but like, it's maybe not the future is trending in more digital anyways. And like, we're going to save a bunch of money on future games. So like, I guess it sucks, but I guess it'll be okay. Maybe, right? Like in some way like that, they might've gotten away with it, or at least wouldn't have been such a PR disaster. But because they went like the ultra greedy route, that's where people are really mad and really calling them out.
Where is it? We've received various opinions, and people have strong views, right? like, oh my goodness, dude. Yeah, like when I was at my parent-in-law's house, my mother-in-law made a meal, and I took a bite and spat it out, and said that's the most disgusting thing I ever had. I also got various opinions. Some of them were strong views. Like, no, dude, everybody hated it. You could just, like, that is so cringe. Now, they responded. We already made a video on that, but here's the new thing. They talked about how it's not affected us. They said specifically that we haven't seen any impact on our industry, on Sony specifically. Well, Digital Foundry says sources have told them that Microsoft is planning to continue support for physical game discs with the aim of prioritizing backwards compatibility.
This is one of those moments where Xbox can kind of do nothing and win, or if they really want to, skew the fan base and maybe draw people in, they can go this route. And I think this is strategically the best play that they can do. Sony has clearly made a misstep, and like you said, you can do nothing and win, which is good, or you can swing as hard as possible and go the other way and watch how much success you get from that. If you don't know, Xbox has been losing the console wars by a massive margin. I mean, they're just getting absolutely obliterated. It's a pathetic comparison between Xbox sales and PlayStation sales. Now, to be fair, both console sales are down from, previous years. So the entire console space is probably imploding as well. But that aside, which, I'm not trying to get back into the Steam dominance conversation too much. That aside, Xbox is not trying to completely lose the next console war, right? Like they already lost the last console war. Now this is console war 2, and they're trying to win this one. And this might be their best move. Okay. This might strategically be the smartest play, is swing as hard as you can with the physical media in an effort to swing the fan base over and convert them into Xbox players. I don't know if that'll work, but I think that would be a smart move. Okay. Especially with the new CEO, they got Asha Sharma in there, and she's trying her best to, kind of enter into this space of just complete and utter destruction where they've just burned through so much money and trying to make this thing profitable and grow and become the #1 platform again. But we'll see. We'll see if this works. We'll see if it actually lands the way they want to. I think it's kind of funny in some ways though, where we talk about Steam, right? And Steam is winning, and then Steam is just like looking around the room like, yeah, we don't have any physical media at all. So there's an interesting element to the legacy of consoles and how we used to buy these physical games and we used to have ownership. And then Steam, who's just like, yeah, we never had that in the first place. So it's like, it's not our problem, right? Like you never bought a disc to put in your PC. At least I never did. I don't know if any of you did.
The rumors are that like everything from the 360 forward, even the original Xbox, if I'm remembering correctly, will work on the newest Xbox. You put a 360 disc in, it'll just work. That's a big deal. Because Sony could get away with all this crap when they were dominating the console wars. The PlayStation 5 massively outsold Xbox. The PlayStation 4 massively outsold Xbox. But now, with the PlayStation 6, with all the people that they've upset, I mean, talk about the Destiny community and all these other communities, gamers at large, if Xbox actually does this and they say, hey, we're going to be the company that still has physical discs. No discs for the PlayStation 6? Well, we have it on the next Xbox. Which means even if you're someone right now that's going, hey, I haven't bought an actual physical disc in years, but if the Xbox is coming out and saying, because we have physical discs, our products are going to be on average, that metric we looked at before, 74% cheaper, because you can go to Walmart and get an old disc for the Xbox that's at a massive discount. You literally cannot do that with a discless PlayStation 6. impossible. Well, now that's a big consideration. Like, now that's something that, like, even if you don't do it, even if you still buy digital games, you're going to have to consider that when you're competing against these two consoles. If Xbox is the one that's saying we have a physical disc ecosystem, which means you're going to be able to get our games at a massive discount because we don't have a digital monopoly. I mean, guys, like, even if you're someone who doesn't buy physical discs, I think a lot of people would side with the Xbox for the next generation console just because you have the option. How many times do you guys get like an optional thing that you don't end up using just because it's nice to have? Like, that's something we all do a ton, and that seems like that is the direction Xbox seems to be going if this is true. So, guys, that is the new situation. You thought being sued by Mexico was a problem for Sony? Well, they have 4 more other international lawsuits going on as well that are going to get even worse after this discless announcement. Should have just made Destiny 3 and shut up about the physical discs and everyone would still be happy. Hey, what a crazy situation that, like, within 2 months' time, 3 months' time, Sony has become just maligned in the gaming community in such a quick order. Crazy. Anyways, guys, that's it for the gaming news. I hope you guys enjoyed and found this informative. If you did, please remember to help me out by simply rating and especially sharing this video.
All right, there it is. That's a breakdown from your boy, Rick Kakis. Sony is now getting sued for billions. Great video. Let me know what you think about it down in the comment section below. All right. Good stuff, chat. Good stuff. Good stuff. This off. We got Airborne Ready has gifted 2 subs. Thank you, Airborne Ready. W in the chat for Airborne Ready. I was in the middle of that video, so I couldn't say anything, but I saw that. I appreciate you, bud. I had older games. Yeah, older PC games. I don't know if did Steam ever let you put a disc into your PC? As far as I've ever used Steam, it's always been just digital. Did Steam ever let people put a disc into their PCs in order to play Steam games, or has it been digital always from day one? Steam has always fundamentally been a digital distribution service platform. It launched in 2003, specifically as Valve's system for delivering and updating games over the internet. You could buy a physical disc and use it with Steam, though. When Half-Life 2 launched in 2004, you could buy a boxed physical copy at a store. It came on a CD/DVD, but the disc wasn't the ultimate license in the way older PC games worked. You would put the disc in your PC, install Steam, enter the game's CD/product key. You could then install/update the game. You needed Steam to launch and play it. So yeah, Steam kind of did this a long time ago before Twitter, and they got away with it. They got away with it. Gabe Newell is over here sweating bullets, reading all these tweets about Sony. Like, whew, I'm glad we did that. Like 20 years ago. Glad we got that fixed up. That's funny. That is funny. All right, we're loading into Destiny 2, and we are taking on Vesper's host, the final boss. Once I kill the final boss, I will then attempt the solo flawless. This is the second to last dungeon I need in the series of completing all of them in a chronological order, minus mixing up the order of the last 2, I guess, because I'm a goofball. But that aside, we're going through them all. You own your own .exe in Steam? It's not the same thing. Interesting. The difference is that Steam doesn't charge you for online multiplayer. Yeah, I think that's a big deal. It's crazy to me that in order to play Destiny 1, a game that I purchased 12 years ago, I have to have PlayStation Plus. However, I don't think that was a necessary thing back 12 years ago, was it? Like, when did they implement that where you have to have PlayStation Plus for the multiplayer feature specifically? Oh, so Sony did announce it in 2013. Damn, they announced that in 2013. Oh, it was PlayStation 3 in 2014. On PlayStation 3, you did not need PlayStation Plus to play online multiplayer. That's what it was. Dude, that's crazy. So when we bought Destiny 1, if you bought it on a PS3, you were not forced to have PlayStation Plus. But once they forced Destiny 2 to go on to PS4, which I think was the Taken King, then you would have needed that. Didn't Bungie require you to upgrade to a PS4 to continue to play Destiny with the Taken King? When did they not have the legacy console push forward? Like, when did they stop supporting PS3? It used to be a selling point because Xbox always needed Xbox Live, but PlayStation was free at one point. Damn. So 2015 to mid 2016, PS3 continued receiving Destiny content upgrades on PS4. June 24th, 2016, Bungie announced that Rise of Iron would be PS4/Xbox One only. They officially began calling PS3/Xbox 360 legacy consoles. It was August 16th, 2016 that the cutoff happened. From that point forward, new Destiny updates and content were only released on PS4 and Xbox One. PS3 remained playable, but it was frozen on its existing version. Dude, does that mean you could, in theory, launch a PS3 and play Destiny 1 pre Rise of Iron? That's kind of lost media right there, dude. Anyone want to boot up the old PS3? God damn. All right, I gotta go to the bathroom, and then we're cooking. We're frying this guy today. It's going down. This is the hardest dungeon to solo flawless, but we're doing it. I'll be reading your comments in just a moment. Just give me a second to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Lucky, did you see what happened to the marathon update yesterday? I'll pull that up in a second. Give me a second. It's go time, my dudes. It's go time. It's time for this motherfucker to die. We're taking him out. Today's the day. Ones it is. Oh yeah, the marathon thing? Yeah. Yeah, I forgot about that. I'll check that out in just a second. Apparently everyone's salty about the update from yesterday. Two ones. Three ones. Where is the other one at? Got one there. One there, one there. I swear. And there's a one here. Huge. Thank you. Alright, now that I've broken down both of his shields, now what do I do? I go back up top, right? Okay. Once I'm up here, do I have to do something? I just go in here? That's it? That's it? Oh, I'm cooked up here, dude. Dude, whoever put all that lightning there, who did that? That lightning's too much, dude. What are you supposed to do with all the bosses that are up there, then? They overdid that part of the boss fight, yeah. Someone that was Bungie was like, what if we just, like, put, like, 400 lightning strikes on this platform? There should be, like, maybe 2 or 3 lightning strikes going off. I looked over there, it looked like there was, like, 12 of them at the same fucking time. Someone said, hello, is this Marathon's new update looking great? Oh, hell no. Don't you ever confuse this game for Marathon. No shot. Mods ban that guy. I'm eating some mac and cheese right now. Only a few more bites left. What was it that you even had to do when you get up there? I'm gonna go back up there and try to just, like, survive for a bit, I guess. Marathon got a new update yesterday, and it still hit 4,000 players. That's insane. What the actual hell? That's absolutely absurd. Yo, they're flexing the stats. Vault success rates. That's crazy. All right, we're back at it again. Whose it is. Do I have to kill these guys? Do I have to kill those guys? Or can I just shoot the boss? Ah, damn, the whole ground is lit up. What the hell is this? Bruh. Oh, I have to kill them to get the ball to drop. And then once I... Oh, it's immune now. So I have to go in here. I have to, like, deposit this. When I deposit it, it closes. And then once it opens, I go back out. And I do boss damage again. Really, bro? Anomaly discharge? That's just the lightning just killed me? Dude, that was kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. How can I tier 1 upgrade a freaking crafted weapon? What the hell? Let's see if this helps. Which one was it again? Was it? I think it was 3, right? Didn't pay attention. Yeah, it's 3. Okay. One. 2. 3. The hell? You want to die real quick? I want to see if I swap those. Those go to different spots then, I think. I think I don't like that spot being down there. Like the one is that down spot there is kind of sucks. I feel like I should put it spot somewhere else if that makes sense. I'm gonna try swapping this real fast. I want to fix some of these mistakes I'm making to make it easier. Keep backing up and getting stomped there. See how I keep doing that? That's also stupid. Gotta stop doing that. Not sure. I guess technically getting stomped so I don't get as much radiation though. I'm not sure. So I put this there. I think I like that one there. I'm not sure though. Ones this time, so I'm gonna put the yellow one in this one this time. One. Saying how I can never find where these things are at. Like, it's crazy to me, I could never find where these fucking things are at. I must be legally blind. Like, it's actually embarrassing. Holy shit, dude. Dude, it's there! You gotta be fucking kidding me. Alright, so when I go in here now, the red one's on the far side. I like that more. And then I grab this. And I do that shit, right? That's great and all. I want to see what happens when I go to the other side now. Go to this side, the red one's there. The blue one's there, so I still have to go down there. That kind of sucks. I think that spot sucks the most, because that's like a spot where you get like... You kind of get like trapped in here, like these guys kind of do this shit to you. You feel like stuck. So I think I want to put the blue one there. So wherever I put the yellow one, I want to put the blue one in that one now. I want to go to the other side and see what that looks like. So where's the blue one at over here? Blue one's down there. So yeah, that would be good. The yellow would be down there. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. So put the blue one top left. And then we're good. It doesn't matter where the rest of them go. When I first get into the room, I think I want to run to the far side. Because then I can evade those guys in case they have radiation on me. So I think I like the red one there. And then when I go in here, yeah, red is on the far side. Yeah, that's perfect. Oh, that's good. Okay, so red is L1, blue is L2, and then R1 is yellow. Gotcha. Okay, now it's time. This is how I'm gonna do it. Gotcha. Now I got it locked in, chat. We're strategizing so that way I can clear these rooms without dying to any radiation. So I'm strategically placing them exactly in the spots that I think are most optimized for not dying. Blue is L2. Yellow. Oh, it's red. Red's gonna go to L1. That there. This yellow one, but no buffer. This is that. What the hell? Did it despawn? What the fuckity fuck? Force. Four, four. Four. I guess I could grab the red one before I go down here, right? I could just grab the red one. I don't even have to go down here and do this. Grab the red one and then just immediately shoot this, so I could even save time here. Oh no, you probably pass through the wall and it probably removes it, so it's probably not the best play actually. So now I want to go through here, deposit that. Do that. I want to go back over here where I'm a little bit more safe. Grab this one. Do that. Do that. Do that. Okay, that's down now. So much better. I was way less stressful because I could... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Alright, as soon as I get in here, I grab the red one. Shoot that. That. This dungeon looks like complete chaos. This one is complete chaos. Jesus H. Christ. Hey. I'm going back up onto this fucking trash pile, dude. Trash pile OP. The classic trash pile, dude. So one of them drops the bomb, you said? It's a shiny one? Who's the shiny one? That's the, like, actual boss there. Oh, he's the shiny one. Oh. Alright. What, do I have to kill any of these other guys? You don't have to, but it's a good idea to keep their numbers down. That seemed okay to me. With that little trash pile spot, that thing's fucking super free. more. Bruh, get the fuck up here. Oh. Alright, so I could do it in like 4 phases. You don't need to dunk scanned on second, by the way. What does that mean? I'm super confused. Don't need to dunk scan on second, by the way. Oh, got you. After I do the second wave of mechanics, I could just like, I could just run out. Yeah, because it'll go away, but it doesn't matter. Gotcha. Bro, how am I stuck on every fucking thing on the ground? Yeah, I get that now. Yeah, nice. Yeah, it would save, I guess, a little bit of time. Just fine. That's good. I'll definitely do that. Okay. Ugh, why are we floating, bro? Why? Hey, hey. Hey, it hurts. It hurts. Alright, I think that seemed alright. I mean, without loadout swapping, that's decently optimized, I guess. Wait, what? The hell? Alright, I think I got it down pretty well. I should have picked up these bricks before going up there. I need to make a few adjustments to my loadout. Bruh, how do you miss the hammer? Bro is standing right in front of you. Huge. GG's, GG's. So that was just the solo chat. Obviously, we died a bunch. We're just experimenting and making sure we can do it solo flawless before we give it a full try. Some improvements, though. I want to make sure I go up with plenty of time. Dilation. So I think that was something that was maybe holding me back. So I might do double time dilation. And then bomber's fine. And then double solar surge, that's good. This, I think I need like double arc. I don't know that anything was solar. Is the fire on the ground solar? Is there anything void even shooting me? I feel like I probably just need double arc and solar. I think that's what I want. And then a solar loader. Yep, that's exactly what I want. And then I might want more intellect. If I can get it. Felt like I was really close to getting my super back at the end, but not quite close enough. And I really, really want that super back. More so, more importantly than like most anything else. So I'm going to do double super mods too. Make sure that I get that second super back in time. And then that aside, is I imagine the fire on the ground, the like lightning strike, it kind of, or like it leaves like a residual. It looks like fire at least. It looks solar-esque. I don't know what it is, but I'll just do double arc and solar for now. I don't think anything void was shooting me, like maybe a servitor, but like it's not even, no point in that. No point worry about that. Everything was good here. Yep, everything was picture perfect. Yep, that's it. That is the build. Saving it. Oh, did I swap my artifact? Yeah, my artifact's good here. Yep, good. Yep, yep. All right. All right, here goes attempt number 1 of flawless attempts. Before I try this bad boy, let me go to the bathroom so that way I'm not shaking from fucking my nerves and having to go take a piss. I'll be right back, and then we're giving it a go. I think I get this one first try. I believe. Type 1 in chat if you think I get it first try. Type 2 if you think I am absolutely going to get my ass cheeks clapped. Alright. Let's do this thing. Alright. I had to ask around and see what people thought. I asked KBG, do you think I could do this? And she said, I think you're gonna die to the lightning. So, that was incredible. And I was hoping for some words of wisdom. I was hoping for some encouragement, some positivity. And all I got was, you stand absolutely zero chance of pulling this off. So that's great. You know what? That's great. That's what we love to see. Because it'll be even more satisfying when I do pull this off. I'm kidding. We'll see what happens, man. We shall see. All right. Let's do this thing. What? God? What do you mean? Is this a sign from God? He says, stop, my child. What just happened? No way you got a haircut. I was just about to launch it. I just went through all the hard work. I spent a day and a half preparing for this fucking thing. I go to launch it, and that's what I get, huh? Incredible. What is happening? What's going on? Did the game shut down for everyone? I'm still in game? What? What happened to me just now? I'm playing still. I just got 2 error codes, 2 different ones. I got a weasel and a coconut. I'm scared, dude. I'm scared. Oh man, this is not a good. This is very this is not good. This is some ominous energy going into the soul floss, you know what I'm saying? I'm not feeling good about it at all anymore. I was feeling good. Now I'm feeling like maybe shit. This is live iridescent. What are you talking about? The fuck are you talking about, bruh? Huh? I'm so cooked. I am so unbelievably cooked. Folo Slawless, the hardest dungeon in Destiny 2. Vesper's host, let's go. First try. You already know. This is live, or is it? How do you know? I saw Restream Bot and I thought maybe a rerun. Restream Bot is relaying the messages from one live stream to the other. So that way you can communicate with people on watching on a different platform. That has nothing to do with whether or not we're live. This guy was teabagging, dude. Teabagging Marauder. Grabbing this. This one is no shoot. This one is yes shoot. This one is yes shoot. And this one is yes shoot. Grabbing this. Okay, excellent dodge. You're hoping for the marathon server shutdown celebration? Not yet. Not yet. What are we going to do when marathon gets shut down? I think when marathon gets shut down, I don't think I'm going to necessarily celebrate. I think I'm just going to be really sad. Be like, damn. It really happened, you know? Like, we know it's going to happen, but I'm still going to be sad. Hey. Take that. Why not the 7 Seraph set? Because I don't have it, because I'm a peasant, alright? Is that what you wanted to hear? If you're a broke boy, just say so. And I am. I don't got any of that fancy 7 Seraph set. Huge hammer into the wall. We got a 1. We got a 2. We got a 3. And we got a 6. A 1, 2, 3, and a 6. That's 1. That's 2. That's 3. And that is 6. Hey! Slippery shank! Uh. Yeah, happy hammers. Goddamn. Six, 5, 4, 2. 6, 5, 4, 2. One, 2. Really? Really, Hammer? There's 3 dregs. You can't have even just the slightest bit of AoE on that guy? Like, not even just a little bit? Like, just a little bit of magnetism there or something? Alright, we got 1. 2, 3. 5. 1, 2, 3, 5. Alright, so far so good. First encounter done. Huge. Forever had to go for a second. Oh yeah, so far so good. God damn, that's a big ass jump. I was almost regretting not putting on that damn sword. Alright, so I'm going to switch to Behemoth. This is the only time I'm swapping my subclass, I think. Because it's just so much better here that it is ridiculous to not use it. Basically just saves me from having to do like 6 phases. Shrink fall off the map. Holy shit. What the hell was that, brother? Golly. Bro just fucking practically one hit killed me. No reason. My health is not recovering. 5 and 3. 5 and 3. Let me double check that. 5, 3. Five, 3. Five, 3, and we got 1, 4. 5, 3, 1, 4. 5, 3, 1, 4. Oh, oops. Hear that? Back up. 7-5. Seven, 5. That's fucked up. That's fucked up right there. Damn. Exploder got me. I died. This dungeon is hard solo. This dungeon is very hard to solo. Flawless. This is definitely the hardest one. Damn. I looked back. I shot the exploder shank, but he was too close, I guess. Fuck. I thought he was far enough away. Like, he didn't seem like he was that close. Like, he seemed like he was close enough that he might hurt me, but full one-hit kill, full health? That's tough, dude. It's messed up. Look at my health here. Like, dude, I did everything right. So, here's the thing. Here's my thought process. Look at this. Look at this. I'm shooting this motherfucker. I reload. I'm shooting this guy. I reload, I think. I'm like, oh shit, he's kind of close. Run away. I'm full health. Full health. Run, sprint, slide, turn around, shoot him. Full kills me. Wow. Wow. Full kill? Jesus Christ. Also, is there a reason why when I'm doing this, getting these shards, they aren't like giving me an overshield? What is that? It says frost armor, but I don't see my overshield. It says I have frost armor. How do I get like the overshield? Like the, you know what I'm saying? What is that? What is it that gives you the overshield? Frost armor, you are fortified by layers of durable stasis matter, reducing income damage. Frost armor resistance grows stronger as you gain additional stacks. Like, it doesn't show an overshield on my screen, I guess. Shattering crystal temporarily boosts your grenade recharge rate. Can't believe I died, man. I can't believe I died. I'm so sad. Primary weapons do increase damage to stasis crystals and frozen targets. I mean, that one might be pretty good, actually. That one might be pretty good. This one is shattering a stasis crystal temporarily boosts your grenade recharge rate. Additional stasis crystals increase the duration. So I probably want to like lead by throwing my grenade more than anything. Increase the melee energy gain by picking up station shards. Yeah, I don't know. All I know is that this run is cooked. It's time to do... We're going to cover some news here. I'm sad about it, chat. I'm very sad. I died. I died and I didn't want to die. I wanted to live. But, of course, this one is going to... This one's going to be a problem. Let's see what we're cooking up over here. We're going to talk a little about Marathon and its recent update. They updated the banner on r/Marathon Hate. And it says, with the release of Season 2 in June, Marathon has maintained a higher user retention rate while also acquiring new users. No. No. We got the Concordian Prophecy. Horizon Hunters Gathering is reportedly being rebooted without its live service bits following a negative playtest feed. Read about it below. Damn. They're taking this game off of the live service market. Bungie released official stats for Vault Breaker. Despite Blaster saying the mode is so peak and that it saved the game, it didn't even hit 5-digit clears. The new goalpost is, quote, the game isn't dead. The devs just made it very hard so that not many people could clear it. Copium over 9,000. Did they really flex this? They didn't even hit 10,000 clears? Oh, no. Oh, good Lord. I don't think this is the flex that Bungie thought it would be. Two solo trio compilers. There is another. who are the two people that soloed it? This shit is fucking funny, dude. I'm gonna make an alt account on Facebook when the new season for Marathon comes out and only hits 8K concurrent. I'm gonna say we are so back. We are so back. What this per se? Biggest pole rider jumping ship? They said, I'm currently investigating a way in how I can Steam refund the game because it is unacceptable how every update includes a significant gameplay feature that is outright broken and unplayable. Seriously, fix your shit. I do not care. I just want to play the game. That is all you have to do. Oh, no. Marathon strongest soldiers are leaving. Oh, no. Bungie status, blast status unhalved. We are aware of issues preventing players from queuing into Dire Marsh and Night Marsh and are currently investigating. Thank you for your reports. We have updates for you as they're available. Oh, man. New record low, 1,100. Oh, God. That's actually crazy. Did it really get that low? Was that how bad it was last night? Good Lord. 1,186, it says. Stop the madness, dude. Why won't people play the game where you die instantly? Former Overwatch League player here. Let's be honest, the game is failing. However, I don't think it's because Bungie decided to enter an extremely niche market. Oh, God. I do an excellent Welder Rabbit. We're just looking at the news from Marathon. Joking, saying the sub shutting down. Ladies and gents, we smashed a new record tonight. August 12th, the day the game went sub 4K for its 24-hour peak for the first time since release. Well, that was 7 days ago. Good Lord. Oh, good Lord, they're destroying it. Bungie released a new weapon in their extraction shooter that you can't extract with. Find the locker, use all 3 keys, and claim the Firestorm alongside a haul of valuable loot. The USC won't be thrilled about this development, of course, but just remember Firestorm cannot be retained. If you exfil with it, the weapon is converted into credits. Suspend the magazine before you lose the chance. Then get out with whatever you can. Wait, what? They introduced a new weapon and you can't exfil with it? Interesting. To have a blast, of course. Oh, no. What's good, Crocodile? I'm an unvaxxed patriot and I hate Marathon. Love the good work, Lucky. That's good. That's good. Take your meds. Yep. Take your meds, Crocodile. An extraction shooter made by 5 people on a $500,000 budget versus extraction shooter made by 2,700 people with a $250 million budget. Escape from Duckov? No. They said this week's update is a blast. No shot. They actually called it a blast. No shot. They actually called it a blast. They did. They're actually embracing the meme, dude. The blasters. The blasters. The blasters. Oh, God. Oh, man. Oh, boy. All right, we're going to cover this. So, Vault Breaker ends in 1 week. Get in there. Standard Eclipse protocol. Next week's update is a blast. The Ikari Yokai Destroyer Shell releases next week. Oh, this is bad. All right, we're going to cover this and talk about this. So did the new update just go, what is today? It would have been yesterday they did an update. And the update made it so you can play. You have a new weapon, Firestorm. Okay. And you can't exfil with it. Interesting. Let me see what Marathon dev team is. Them trying to sue Sony is only making it possible for D3. Bungie had up to 6 games in development at one point? What the hell? Where did this come from? God damn, we were just trying to chirp about Marathon. Now this game's up. All right. Let's talk about this first. Let's read through this article because this seems like it will actually be pretty interesting. And then we'll chirp about Marathon. Hanging Frank with 84 months. Let's go. W in the chat for Hanging Frank. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Bungie reportedly had up to 6 games in development before their $3.6 billion acquisition. And of course, we know what happened after that. They all fell apart. This news comes to us from Destiny Bulletin. It reads, report, Bungie once had up to 6 games in development, and most of them fell apart after Sony's $3.6 billion deal. So here we go. Bungie has spent the past few months shrinking its workforce. Destiny 2 received its final live service content update on June 9th. RIP, pouring out for the homie Destiny 2. And Sony followed on June 25th with another round of layoffs affecting most of the Destiny team and some Marathon staff. Bungie said its future projects were still in early incubation, which is a rough place to be after repeated cuts. Definitely a strange place to be at square one when you just had the end of one game and probably the end of another within the same year, right? Like we'll probably see Marathon come to an end pretty soon here. I mean, the player numbers are very close to triple digits now at the low points, so it ain't gonna last much longer. Marathon hasn't given Sony the clean reset it wanted either. While Sony has been supporting the game publicly, the player numbers keep declining to the point where the game's just hovering above 1,000 concurrent players on Steam during non-peak hours, which is really sad. Additionally, Marathon's game director, Joe Ziegler, also left Bungie last month. Bungie has since been testing a possible PvE pivot through Vaultbreaker, an experimental mode added on July 21st and later extended through August 18th. The mode produced a temporary player bump. That being said, even though it did give a very small bump to the player population, it really wasn't as much of a wildfire as I'm assuming Bungie and Marathon would have hoped. They recently posted this video here, which is like a graphic kind of flexing some of the metrics, which is crazy for them, right? Like everyone's always using the metrics against them, but they decided to share this. And some of the metrics actually look a little depressing. In fact, one of them you'll see here in a moment shows that even in the PvE mode, not even 10,000 people cleared Crow Archive right there. Compiler kills 9,102 kills. So not the best optics to flex, I guess. 2 people did solo it though, which is, that's something. Now, Bloomberg's Jason Schreier has put a number on just how many bets Bungie once had running at the same time. Very interesting. So this is some news from Jason Schreier. So this will have some weight to it. We'll see what they were cooking up. Bungie games in development, up to 6 projects, were once in the pipeline. In a new video about PlayStation's live service push, Bloomberg reporter Jason Schreier said Bungie had, quote, 5 or 6 different projects happening during this wider expansion period. Let me see here. So we had obviously Destiny 2, then we had Marathon, and then Project Payback was kind of being worked on, right? And that one got canned. And then you had Gummy Bears, which we know got given to a new studio, Team LFG, under Sony's umbrella. I'm not sure what the other 2 would have been though. Sony bought Bungie for $3.6 billion in 2022 and openly pointed to the studio's live service expertise as part of the deal. Quote, as part of that acquisition, Bungie also had a whole bunch of other live service games in the works that Sony wanted to see come out in the subsequent years, in addition to, of course, Destiny 2, which is Bungie's big ongoing project, Schreier said. So it kind of makes sense when you think about how lucrative these live service games are that they would get this $3.6 billion price tag. If Bungie was proposing that they were about to launch, maybe 5 more live service projects that could be as successful as Destiny, or really if it's just an average successful live service game, there's a lot of money and a lot of potential there. The live service industry, if you don't know, it's just an absolute wildfire. It's a cash cow. Consistent revenue beats these box product games most of the time. And so that's the gold rush right now for Sony and for Microsoft and everyone, really. Everyone that wants to, have longevity, they're looking for the next big live service thing. And for a while there was a lot of new projects coming up and doing okay, but lately has been a lot of flops. Marathon probably being one of them. So Sony was willing to gamble big with $3.6 billion because they assumed that at least one of those 6 projects, or 2, or maybe 3 even, would land pretty well, considering it was Bungie after all. The quote says, "But for a variety of reasons that I will get into in a story down the road, most of those projects fell apart." I want to know that story immediately. What do you mean down the road? Tell me that now. I believe there were 5 or 6 different projects that were happening. Some of them did come out. Schreier doesn't name the full lineup in the video, so take the exact 6 project lineup with a grain of salt. Based on various reports over the past few years, we've compiled a list of projects Bungie appears to have had in development at one point or another. Matter, which was Bungie's mysterious new IP, reportedly canceled in 2020 before Sony acquired the studio. Destiny Rising, a mobile Destiny spin-off developed and published by NetEase in collaboration with Bungie, released in 2025. Marathon, Bungie's extraction shooter revival, released in 2026 and still being actively supported. Project Sunspot, interesting, I haven't even heard this one. A reported Destiny spin-off that was canceled in 2023. Standalone Destiny 3v3 PvP game. I think that was like the Trials of Osiris one. Destiny 2, of course. Project Payback, like we talked about. A third-person Destiny spin-off reportedly inspired by games such as Warframe and Genshin Impact, canceled in 2024. And Project Gummy Bears, an incubation project that survived Bungie's restructuring by moving to Sony. The team behind it was spun out into Team LFG in 2024, where the game remains in development. I want to see when we get some updates on this one. You know, this is the only one that stands a chance of having a gameplay reveal trailer, you know. When we get this one day, it will be very interesting to see what happens with it. I can't help but feel like with the current climate right now, it ain't looking too good. But, you know, we'll see what happens, I guess. Crazy that there were, you know, I mean, Destiny Rising, Project Sunspot, a standalone Trials game, and Project Payback. There were 4 Destiny spin-off games, essentially. None of them were Destiny 3 or a Destiny 1 remastered, which is kind of insane. The timing makes the list messy. Matter was reportedly killed in 2020, 2 years before Sony bought Bungie, while Sunspot and Payback disappeared later as the studio's expansion plans started collapsing. We also know about the dating simulator as well, right? I think that in the incubation stages, there's a lot of just pure experimentation and trying to see what you could cook up. So there's probably even more conceptual ideas of where Destiny could have gone or where, you know, new games could have been created for Bungie. Destiny Rising made it through NetEase and Gummy Bears surviving by leaving Bungie entirely for Sony's Team LFG. That leaves Marathon as the clearest example of a project from Bungie's wider push that actually stayed in the studio and reached release. The 6 names line up with years of reporting, but Schreier hasn't confirmed that these are the exact projects behind his, quote, 5 or 6 figure. The obvious missing name is Destiny 3. Schreier reported in May that Bungie had no immediate plan to put Destiny 3 into production and no specific new project greenlit for the outgoing Destiny 2 team. So anyone counting Destiny 3 as a secret 7th game is getting ahead of the evidence. As much as I wish that were the case, right? As for what comes next, the remaining Destiny developers are reportedly pitching new game ideas to Sony in hopes of getting another project greenlit. And I can't help but feel like this is such an awkward thing. Like, the timing is so bad. It's one thing to pitch ideas, like when you're talking about these projects, when your game is doing well and your company has such like impeccable reputation, and it's like you just can't lose, right? You've just done so well. You've created Halo, you've created Destiny 1, Destiny 2. I think it's easy to pitch some ideas when you're on the up and up. But after you've experienced such disaster, right? Destiny 2's death, Marathon's lackluster performance, it's like, this is really not the ideal time to be pitching new ideas. And I don't think it can be understated here And more importantly, it makes me feel like it's just kind of a psyop for Bungie's reputation and PR more than anything, because if you've already spent all these years making all of these projects that all got canceled or didn't get the green light back then what is going to suddenly happen now that's going to change, you know? And I know that Paul Tassi has said many times that Sony doesn't really want to be the studio responsible for shuttering Bungie, right? That would look pretty bad in terms of the optics, but the alternative to that is giving them the green light to another project that could potentially fail just as bad as Marathon, or maybe die a slow bleeding death like what happened with Destiny 2. And I'm not saying I think that's what's going to happen with Destiny 3, but, you know, with Bungie, it feels kind of like they ain't doing so hot lately, let's just say, right? Same team that made Destiny 2, Lightfall, and Beyond right now, working on a Destiny 3, probably not the best team overall. Same people that made Marathon, and some of those people that literally left the studio, went and made Concord, right? It's kind of like 3 strikes, you're out. Nothing has been announced yet, and Marathon's current performance makes the stakes much higher than they were a few years ago. Bungie's next approved project won't just decide the studio what they make after Destiny, it could decide how much of Bungie is left to make it. Which of Bungie's canceled or spun out projects would you have wanted to see survive, and should Destiny 3 be the studio's next game? Let us know in the comments. So it's pretty good business practice to diversify your portfolio, right? To have a variety of different IPs. This is good for no matter what size your business is, but especially as you scale up, as you become a business that, let's say you generate $100,000 a year, multiple hundreds of thousands, millions, right? As you scale up tens of millions, hundreds of millions, billions, right? You want to diversify the sources of income. So that way, if something doesn't perform very well, then you can still maintain a certain degree of success and basically cash flow. If you have all your eggs in the one basket, that's highly problematic, because if that basket flips, like what happened with Destiny 2, then you're kind of left in this situation. So Bungie's in a weird situation where they did kind of have all their eggs in the Destiny basket, whether they realized it or not, but then they also were gambling big with Marathon, and that gamble did not pay off. So now you're just left like, there's just no way a good outcome comes from this. I do not believe it's possible for there to be a good outcome. Even the most optimistic person in the world cannot believe there's a good outcome from this, I think. Like, how do you look at all the information, all the data, all the evidence presented on this topic and think, yeah, Bungie will be fine. Yeah, Bungie's next game, that incubation thing, that'll hit. That'll be a big hit. Really? That's tough. I really think that Bungie is kind of like an old studio now, a little bit of dinosaurs there, doing things. I don't even know. I'm not saying that they're doing things in an old way, because they're not even doing things in like a sort of classical game development sense. Their whole identity is such a weird amalgamation of new and old and bizarre and everything in between. But whatever it is that they did in the last few years, I feel like that should be like its own case study of how to burn down a multi-billion-dollar company. Because if we could rewind the clock a bit back to 2021, things were pretty different. Things were, I mean, they weren't perfect. Sunsetting had just happened, right? But we were on the horizon of big things, right? That was when they were announcing, we had like Beyond Light and Witch Queen and Final Shape and all these exciting news and we had a multi-year roadmap coming out. Now, I don't know. I don't know what's next. And the optimist in me wants to hear something Destiny related, right? Like I just want something Destiny related, probably for selfish reasons more than anything, just because I really like the IP. And there's always a soft spot in my heart for Bungie, because they did make this IP that I cherish so much. But then there's like this weird twist. It's like a twisting knife effect where I'm like, you guys also killed it. You know, saying you made it, which was awesome, but then you also killed it. And some of those key moments that led to its death are, it's like it stings a little bit, right? Those light fall moments, those edge of fate moments, you can't help but look at it and say, okay, what were you thinking, guys? Why? Why did we have to go this route? Why did we have to do these things? You know? But here we are, and we'll see what's next, man. I can't help but feel like it's all going to be bad news until it's all over and done with for them, but maybe. We'll see. Let me know what you think down in the comments below. I foresee Bungie being slashed to 100 devs and being absorbed into Sony. Maybe. I predict a lot of different things. The problem is it's hard to say what Sony really wants. I feel like your starting point is like, do you start with Bungie or do you start with Sony, right? And I think that's a key detail. So I think you start with Sony if you're trying to do a sort of logical analysis of everything and what is step one. Step one is Sony as a company, what their objectives are and what they would see as a strategic and smart move. And I think that they want this IP that they bought, Destiny, to be profitable. That's number one. If they can't launch it in any way, they can't hire another studio, they can't get Bungie to do it for a decent budget, then maybe the only alternative is that Bungie gets like forced out back into being independent. Is that even an option? I'm trying to think. Imagine if Sony, the problem is they wouldn't just hand them Destiny back, right? That would be the weirdest situation. If you think about it, Bungie was kind of in this scenario before where Bungie had Halo, but it was actually Microsoft's. And so they gave it to Microsoft and then, left and made their own thing, right? Destiny. Now they don't have Destiny. They don't have Marathon even. It's all Sony's IP, but they're basically employees of them. So can Bungie be spun out into its own independent studio? Right? Can they this is what Microsoft has done, by the way, to other studios. Can they kick them out and let them go make their own game while they make a Destiny IP or maybe even Marathon? I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say. I feel like best case scenario, if you were to kick them out, is you kick Bungie out and you let them have Marathon. They can buy it for $5 and a pack of smokes. And they can keep making it if they want for however long they can until they run out of money, which would probably be like 3 days. So then then they die on their own, and then Sony can be like, oh yeah, they died. That sucks, right? That's on them though. Like we didn't kill them, like they killed themselves, right? Like I think that's what Sony, if Sony is doing anything, they're probably strategically trying to set up a way where they can separate from Bungie, if I had to guess. I think that Sony would like that more than anything. There might be a big psyop that happens here pretty soon. I wouldn't be surprised. Honestly, we might have to clip this because I think the psyop would be Sony separates from Bungie. They kick them out. They say, good riddance. You can have Marathon. We're keeping Destiny. That would be interesting. Then Sony doesn't have to worry about the PR disaster of Marathon dying. They don't have to worry about the PR disaster of Bungie dying and it being their fault. They can basically let Bungie burn themselves to the ground. That might be the actual outcome, because that seems like the most logical conclusion. Sony seems to be in financial trouble with lawsuits. I don't, maybe a little bit. There's a lot of lawsuits against them, but will they actually amount to billions? We don't know. All right, let's cover this now. Bungie has just launched a new update in Marathon, and the results are underwhelming, to say the least. To start off, they flexed a little bit of stats on us with the Vault Breaker results. If you don't know, we loaded in and gave this a try. Basically, the premise of this is it's kind of like you're doing the extraction shooter thing, except there's no other people on the map. So it's kind of just the puzzle solving side of it, which definitely waters down the difficulty highly and kind of just turns it into a PvE only mode, which was Marathon's first attempt at this. Clearly, it wasn't as successful as they wanted it to be. It says right here, compiler kills 9,102. So not even 10,000 trios cleared the compiler, which isn't that many, right? I'm not sure why they decided to flex some of these metrics. These don't actually look as impressive as I think maybe they thought it would, right? This had technically, the compiler had 2 people kill him solo. I don't know who those 2 people were. Was it Esoteric? Who pulled this off? Snazzy Rock? Who was it out there? 2 people killed the compiler all by themselves. It says in trios queue. So the way it works is that you queue into trios, but you're by yourself. So it's like basically the point they're getting at is that they don't scale the game down for solo, duo, or trio. That would require a lot of developmental effort to like adjust the enemy's health or maybe the add density or something like that, or maybe the compiler's health. So it's the same exact encounter, solo, duo, or trio. It's just you can go in 1, 2, or 3 at most. And so you can like low man it if you want, but it's just as equally as hard, right? And that's okay, but it's pretty difficult. So a difficult enough challenge that only 2 people dared take this on. Can you go back 5 seconds? Yeah, let's go back here. This is compiler kills 82 solo in the solo queue. So this is probably solos queuing into... Actually, what is this actually then? I have no clue. I genuinely have no clue. Solo queue and then the trio queue. So you can solo into the solo queue or you can solo into the trio queue? I don't even know anymore, dude. It ain't doing good though. This was crazy to me. Next week's update is a blast. August 13th. That was 6 weeks. Yeah. So they brought a new weapon in. You can't use the weapon. You can't take it with you, rather. How funny is that? Dead Destiny 2's player count now matches Arc Raiders. That's tough. Let's see here. I think so. I saw an article that someone said like Arc Raiders has lost 90% of its player base. The game Arc Raiders had an all-time peak of 481,000 people on Steam, and its 24-hour peak is now 33,000. How much of a player loss is that in terms of a percentage? 93%. 93.1%. Wow. Arc Raiders has lost 93% of its player base. It's lost so many people that it's starting to make Marathon look good, which is an absolutely crazy accomplishment. Truly. It's gotten so bad that Destiny 2, even post-mortem, is now mogging Arc Raiders player count. Can you believe that? There's more people playing Destiny 2 than Arc Raiders now. And this game, earlier this year, was touted as the new Fortnite. What has gone wrong over there? From what I've seen, there's apparently a plague of cheaters that's something like we've never seen before. I mean, apparently it's making Destiny 2 look good in terms of the number of cheaters. I think the biggest problem when it comes to cheating in a game like the extraction shooters, like the Marathons, the Arc Raiders, even the Tarkovs, is that because the stakes are so much higher and because there's not like an actual esport, like money tied to it, like $100,000, $1 million cash prizes, the anti-cheats for these games are just ass. The anti-cheats are terrible. And so then you get a high volume of cheaters that even if they do get banned, they just churn through new accounts, load back in again and again, and ruin everyone's experience. The stakes are so much higher in extraction shooters that cheating is so much more exhilarating. That's the big problem. This game mode, this playlist, extraction shooters, this is the most cursed playlist ever. Truly. It has been months now, but Destiny 2 players still can't believe the game has ended its run with no more content being produced after 9 years, or 12 for the full history of the franchise. But what has happened since? Players have continued to play regardless of there not being any new content, regardless of the fact that everyone knows the game will never add more. Now it's putting up some surprising figures. The craziest part about Destiny 2's death and the June update is that it added so much to the game and put the game in such a good state, even though there's plenty of bugs. If you just look at the amount of things to do and just the size and scope of all the activities in Destiny 2, it's really impressive. So yeah, I'm not too surprised that Destiny 2 is doing this well. It's also a message that the Destiny 2 players are sending to Sony and even Bungie that is, hey, make a Destiny 3. We'll play. Look, we promise we'll play. Like we are actually not lying when we're saying we will play Destiny 3. Look at how much we're just playing Destiny 2 now. In fact, if they had told us that Destiny 2 was on the verge of dying, I bet that alone, I know it sounds crazy, and maybe some of you would not like that or appreciate that, but I would appreciate the transparency, because if I had known that Bungie said, listen, guys, it's we're cutting it pretty close here. You know what I'm saying? We might not make it another year if we keep going like this. If they had said that, I think a lot more people would have been like, hey, I don't want my favorite game to die. I'm going to make a conscious effort to play more frequently. Because the idea that, you know, when Destiny 2 was bad, you kind of took a break, or you felt a little more inclined to take a break, or you kind of felt like Destiny 2 was this game that was always going to be there, like it was going to be a World of Warcraft that you could leave for 2 years and come back to. But if the transparency was presented to the players, I think people would have been like, hey, you know, I really don't want Destiny to die, so I will play. And then they could have announced that. They could have dropped the June update and then see what happened from there. I don't know. I don't know if that's a feasible outcome, but it would have been interesting to see what that would look like versus what we got. As it stands, Destiny 2's player count is matching Arc Raiders with both putting up around 30,000 concurrents a night. Arc Raiders, released in October 2025, went viral and blew past expectations with 481,000 concurrents near launch, far above even Destiny 2's all-time high of 316,000, which just goes to show you that the fall off is insane. From 481,000 to 30,000. 90 plus 93% loss. Absurd. It's also notable that until very recently, which was the launch of Helldivers 2's update, Devoid of Liberty, Destiny 2's nightly numbers were almost even with that game as well. Higher, likely, given that Helldivers 2 has a majority PC player base and Destiny 2 has a majority console one. Arc Raiders hasn't published its own PC/console split, so we don't know how well Arc Raiders is doing. But I imagine, based on like Marathon's performance, that it's probably a PC game as well. These figures also say something about the precipitous fall of Arc in addition to the resilience of Destiny 2. No Arc Raiders updates have moved the needle in terms of reversing player count loss. Arc may increase today with a live update, 1.42.0, but its next big content edition is in October. Damn, it's in October? The last one barely moved the needle as well, too, so it's kind of crazy. I don't know if this is just the new norm for this game, if these games just have a niche audience. Like, Helldivers has seemingly a niche audience, like a pretty consistent one, and maybe that's the way it is for Arc Raiders too. Like, maybe the bottom line is pretty low for these extraction games, but maybe they do keep a consistent player base, coming in and out each day. That definitely doesn't seem like the case for Marathon, though, right? We've noticed Marathon is kind of an anomaly to some degree, where the game's lowest number count seems to be like yesterday, every day since the game came out. It's like somehow it always does worse. To the point where it's about to hit triple digits now. Destiny 2, of course, has no more updates, so it stands to reason that these numbers can't help but decline further, which is an important point here, guys. We know that Destiny 2's numbers will be much lower than Arc Raiders because Destiny 2 is no longer a live service game. And same thing for Helldivers. Same thing, maybe even for Marathon. I mean, it's going to take a while to get there, but maybe one day Marathon will have more players than Destiny 2. Maybe after the new season, in fact, for a week or two. We'll see. But the fact that they're still this high, which is the highest baseline figures the game has had since 2025, shows players still want to play even if nothing new is coming. Fans still believe that Sony made an enormous mistake killing off Destiny 2 entirely, but there have been zero signs of reversal there, especially after almost all Destiny devs were laid off in a massive purge. There is, of course, another game that is compared to both Destiny 2, its Bungie rival, and Arc Raiders, its extraction shooter rival. That is Marathon. Oh no, he's not gonna. He's gonna talk about it. Here we go. Peaking around 4,000 a night now on Steam, 6x less than both of those, despite its release just 5 months ago. The game has shown no signs of discontinuing content updates, and the entire situation has understandably frustrated Destiny fans. There is, however, the reality of the cost of production to be noted, with Destiny 2 being a far more expensive game to maintain, and it has constantly incurred losses. Though it is difficult to imagine Marathon is turning a profit at all with these dangerously low numbers. There's also with a 2-to-1 split on Steam versus console. The point, however, is that Destiny still lives. Players are currently digging through files to pull out vaulted content in Project Sunrise. Project Sunrise probably has more people playing it than Marathon, let's be real. A cool new venture that, for now, Bungie and Sony seem content to ignore. If they won't make new content, fine. Players will make their own, pulling from the past. Destiny is dead, but its ghost lives on, haunting those who killed it. Truly, it's like that. And I find Project Sunrise and the Destiny community's creativity to be so fascinating and so fun. If you don't know, there's an update every day, and now they're starting to spawn in more enemies in areas, so they're able to like go into areas and populate them with enemies. You can basically LARP as like doing a public event, and you can spawn in raid bosses, like you can spawn in a Callus, and he'll actually shoot his like death laser at you and stuff. Not everything is going to work perfectly, of course, because it's not meant to be a what is that, a sandbox game or whatever. You're not meant to have that customizability, a forge mode, right? But the Destiny players are dedicated enough to make it happen. They're willing to put in the hard work, the blood, sweat, and tears, and literally make Project Sunrise pretty successful so far. And we're just getting started. Like this thing has just begun cooking. So give the Destiny players a month, 2 months, 6 months, and I would be very interested in seeing where Project Sunrise can go. And if this doesn't send a powerful enough message to Sony that even though a $500 million budget Destiny 3 is risky, it might be worth it, right? It might be worth it. And if they can't do it with Bungie, like we've said many times before, we might have to go to a new studio, right? We might have to give someone else a crack at it because Destiny is an IP that even though Bungie did give life to it, it can definitely live beyond Bungie's hands, just as it has with NetEase, right? Like NetEase has made their own Destiny game and it's had some success and some failures. And obviously Halo was a Bungie project that, also existed post Bungie and maybe not as successful as people would have hoped, but it did at least exist without them and continues to exist with Halo Campaign Evolved. I don't know what's going to happen next, but I really like the energy around Destiny right now. It feels like we are a powerful force and we are definitely not letting the name Destiny die easily, at least. So, looking forward to it. We'll keep you updated on everything. And let me know what you think about Destiny 2's player count matching that of Arc Raiders. What has Arc Raiders done so wrong? What did they do to deserve like a more drastic population loss than Marathon, right? Like even though they're 1 week, they got 30,000 people online, right? Marathon's got 4,000. So they're definitely clearing in terms of numbers, but when you look at the fall off, right? From 88,000 to 4,000, it's bad, but to go from like 500,000 to 30,000, that sounds way worse in my opinion. What did they do wrong? Former Destiny addict here. It's hard to accept when your drug is gone, but Sony said Destiny 2 is unprofitable and no company in the right mind would pick that game up after that. Well, it might be unprofitable with Bungie, right? And Bungie is, like we said, they're an expensive company. They'd be charging a lot for them salaries. That doesn't necessarily mean that a smaller studio couldn't pick up a smaller, more scaled down version of Destiny, right? What could Destiny be in its very simplest form, right? Could you imagine if Destiny was just a campaign and nothing else? Imagine if it was just a single player campaign. You spawn in with a hand cannon, a shotgun, and a Gallhorn, and you run through these missions, you experience, Tora Bottle or the Battle of Twilight Gap or, anything. You could invent a new Destiny war or battle or something. And that you would think that something like that, just a campaign, a standalone single player campaign, would have to be a pretty small, reasonable budget, right? Destiny was amazing because of the budget it had. The cinematics and the music were amazing. I mean, you could still have cinematics, you could still have music, okay? Doesn't mean we have to forego all of that, but you forego a lot of the expensive parts, which is the expensive parts about the game are going to be like open world, social spaces, raids, PvP. All these things are going to be very, very expensive. I don't know what the budget would look like specifically for just a campaign, but I'd be interested at least. All right, I got to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back, chat. We'll keep cooking. Give me a second. We are back. We are back. All right, here we go. Here we go. Bungie's situation keeps getting worse from Houndish. Let's see what we're cooking up today.
You get a lot of discourse about the Steam chart stuff. I appreciate many people don't like rating a game or judging its success purely on the amount of folks actually playing the game.
Nope, that's all I do. If a game has Steam chart numbers, I like it. If a game does not, I don't like it. My entire enjoyment of a game is derived from the Steam charts. I don't really care about the gameplay loop, the lore, mechanics, PvE, PvP, doesn't matter. The charts, dude. I'm joking.
Any given time. And player charts alone do not tell the full story, of course. But there is a correlation between what you see in Steam charts and not only the success or potential survival of a game, but also the health of a game. I jumped back in to check out how Marathon was doing, both in terms of the players, the performance, and all the conversation around that, but also the live game experience. And you can see right here as we try and find a ranked game, of course, they're not the most popular of playlists, but queue times here are getting absolutely ridiculous. Not only that, often you'll go into games and find that there is only one or two other teams on the map sometimes, and the folks who would defend Marathon would say, well, maybe you're not playing at peak times or you're in the wrong playlist. But this game came out 5 months ago. Not only that, but it's the game that is supposed to support a studio with the kind of overheads that Bungie have. And despite the fact that Sony are cutting those overheads significantly, killing development on Destiny 2, laying off a whole bunch of folks at the studio, that of course additionally cuts revenue, and given Bungie's positioning and costs involved in developing their games, those costs are still going to be high. So whichever way you look at it, we're establishing that Marathon now achieving player counts of around 4,500 in a 24-hour period, maybe shooting up to 5,500 or so over the course of the weekend, is absolutely a problem. And it's one that I think
it's a massive problem for a multiplayer game, obviously. I think the Steam chart conversation for Marathon has been beaten to a bloody pulp, right? We've beaten it's beyond the analogy of beating a dead horse. I mean, at this point, the horse is not even recognizable. It's not even a recognizable horse anymore, is how much we've beaten the Steam charts. But it only gets worse for the game, and the reason why the discourse continues is because Sony continues to basically pour gasoline on the fire and say things like, oh, this game has excellent retention. And people are like, what excuse me? It has excellent retention? Are you sure about that? And Houndish, going in and trying to play a game or two and noticing extremely long queue times, and then you go online and talk about it, and people are like, well, it's your fault. You played during off-peak hours. Like, what? You have to structure the time of day that you play to the peak hours, or else you basically can't play the game. This is a disaster, dude.
Bungie are going to struggle to fix here. Not only that, side note here, but the rubber banding in Marathon is getting ludicrous. For a game that has dedicated servers, also one which presumably is not under a massive amount of stress in terms of server load, the amount of rubber banding that I saw jumping back into Marathon this week was absolutely wild. And again, I'm sure that problem sits between some kind of technical issue, but probably more likely, because this issue appears to have gotten worse, is that it's actually because you're being matched with folks that are really far away. The connection quality in these matches is not as good as it should be.
Yeah, that's a key detail to this that we've experienced many times before in Destiny during low population times, right? Destiny is an interesting game because when something new comes out, like the new annual expansion, the population will be so good that the queue times are super fast, the connections are good, but of course the droughts happen consistently for us, especially before like the live service era, right? And you would just notice the queue times go up and the connections be just absolutely terrible. And it's not because your internet's bad or because necessarily Bungie servers are bad. It's a lot of it has to do with the distance that you're connecting, right? Like right now, if you try to connect to someone that's on the other side of the world, it's just not very good. There's just going to be a certain degree of latency. And I know this especially because I've traveled to New Zealand a bunch of times, right? And whenever I go to New Zealand and I play with my friends in America, even if I have fiber internet in New Zealand and my friends have fiber internet in America, the distance alone just makes it kind of wonky, right? And that's why there's servers for like each area. There's like a server, it depends on what game you're playing, but there will be a server on like the West Coast of America, and even West Coast to East Coast won't mingle together that much because of the latency. So if you're playing games on the East Coast of America, you'll play people mostly on the East Coast of America and not with people on the West Coast. They kind of separate those two to keep the traffic and to keep the connections really high. And then it kind of goes like every time zone basically around the world, and they try to keep people in that sort of kind of like a geo fence, so that way people have good queue times and can have enjoyable matches. Like, it's an essential part of any multiplayer game. And if you've played against people across the world, you'll know it, but you won't know it as easily because unless it says it in their name, right? You're just like, you see some person's name, like this person's name is eye contact. Like, you don't know where they're at. They could be in Australia or they could be down the street from you.
And so we're now at the point where that number that people like to reference, that player count, actually feeds directly into the quality of the experience that you have in the game, which of course also becomes a spiral because the game gets harder to enjoy, queue times are longer, connection quality is worse, and so more people drop away from it. On top of that, the game generally becomes more difficult because you're left with the most hardcore players. A friend of mine actually returned for Season 2 for the first time about a week ago, and within a few games was playing folks who are like level 100, 150 plus, while still running around with incredibly basic gear. And so anyone who says this player count isn't an issue is most definitely kidding themselves. Now, we should mention here, Bungie are still dropping content for Marathon. They dropped Vault Breaker a few weeks ago. We'll talk more about that in a moment. They also have another event this week, which is called Ordnance Heist, and basically, you can collect tokens from PvE enemies, and when you successfully extract with them, if you have enough of them, you'll be able to buy additional things in the armory, which is cool. There's another component to this as well, where you can earn key templates, or indeed spend the tokens on templates, and then complete a series of objectives on the template, which ultimately produces a key. And when you take this back into another run, you could potentially earn a power weapon, which is some kind of explosive sniper that overheats other players. In itself, it's pretty cool. However, players aren't able to actually keep that weapon, which I know there's been some disappointment about. And I've also seen a lot of complaints that this leans further into that kind of sweaty nature of Marathon, where ultimately you could put a lot of work in, only to miss out on the reward because you get killed at the last moment or something, after multiple runs of work. And I agree, this isn't going to be something that brings in casual players or lapsed players. It very much is there to satisfy folks who are currently playing the game. I'm not sure whether that speaks to Bungie's understanding of Marathon's current problems, or whether it's simply a seasonal event that they already had in development. The latter is probably the case, but it kind of seems 50-50 in the community at the minute as to whether this looks exciting or indeed misses the mark. However, I think the event is very unlikely to significantly change the player count trajectory as it currently stands, and that is a symptom of Marathon's bigger issues here. Of course, a few weeks back, Marathon's game director Joe Ziegler stepped aside and has left Bungie. The studio, following on from that, said, "Trust comes from being consistent, both in how we communicate and whether players can actually feel the improvements we're talking about. We plan to maintain transparency through Marathon dev team accounts, and our goal is to keep the conversation flowing. The next stop is mid-season." Of course, they dropped the Vault Breaker update, and beyond that, they have a lot to talk about regarding Season 3 and the future of the game. One of my concerns with Vault Breaker, while it was experimental, is that it saw a big surge in the amount of players actually jumping in to check it out, but those numbers dropped away relatively quickly, and some of that we can reasonably put down to the fact that this was an experimental mode. It isn't as fleshed out as it presumably will be in the future.
No, mostly that is people were like, hey, I can actually go see the compiler now. I can actually experience this activity. And in their minds, they thought, well, maybe if I could do that, it would be really fun, and maybe I would really enjoy Marathon. The experience was still not the best, and unfortunately drove people away. I think that was the final nail in the coffin for a lot of people. They're like, even with the PvE mode, I'm not having fun playing the game, so they're just like, yeah, I'm done. I'm done with it, right? But it did get a decent amount of people online day one, that's for sure. It got some people at least interested in trying. Had it retained those players, I think that we could have maybe seen a shift in the tides for the narrative or in the discourse around Marathon. Maybe this would have been the beginning of the revival. We've talked about talking about the revival of a game that came out in March this year is kind of insane, but that's where we're at with it. The revival of Marathon. Oh man.
One of my concerns with this PvE shift that Bungie are attempting with Marathon is that there's a component where they could alienate their hardcore audience, essentially removing some of the source that those hardcore PvP players actually enjoy. But simultaneously, the issue with PvE is the economy and the ecosystem around Marathon, because it is built as a PvP extraction shooter. It doesn't have the PvE depth that you see from games like Destiny or anything else in those genres. And the PvE really is kind of supplemental to the combat flow of Marathon, as opposed to being built as the primary way to actually play the game. And I think players feel that when they experience it. And so the level of resources that will have to be put into this are certainly significant. I'm not saying that they can't achieve a better gameplay experience in PvE encounters, but I'm not confident that players will actually be around for it if they do get to that point. And so looking at player counts where they are right now, with around a month left of this current season for Marathon, Bungie have been extending the Vault Breaker mode to try and hold on to some of the interest that they've seen from that. They're also making adjustments to the ranked playlist, where rewards in those runs are going to be elevated in terms of quality to bring them closer to what you would see in Cryo Archive. And again, I can't criticize that as a change, because much like most of the game right now, ranked almost feels like a battle royale where you ultimately have to wipe the lobby, take all the loot from the other players, or at least wipe 1 or 2 teams unless they're very well geared, and then you might have enough points to actually make rank progress. But otherwise, the loot economy in most maps makes it quite difficult to make any ranked progress without engaging with multiple teams. So I do think that's a good thing. Yet more than anything, I am concerned by this bigger trend that we've seen around the game. Because if this continues into Season 3, we can only assume Season 3 itself will launch to smaller numbers than what Season 2 did. I mean, you could practically guarantee that at this point. And so if we're looking at player peaks of 4,000 or 5,000 players when they're lucky, 2/3 of the way through Season 2, what is that number going to look like as we approach the middle or later parts of Season 3? Obviously, I cannot be certain, but I can strongly assume that it's going to get worse than where it is right now. And part of the reason for this is because Bungie have been using as many lifelines as they have with regards to trying to react to feedback and keep players engaged. That includes the free weeks that they dropped, one at the start of Season 2, the Vault Breaker stuff, and even looking back at the initial launch for Marathon, you basically see the same trend every time, where a reasonable amount of people come in and then they drop away very, very quickly. The small positive that Bungie have from that is that they're bringing those players in the first place, so that indicates some amount of interest has been there to actually see what Bungie are doing with the game. But I think the issue is that you can only do that so many times before you start to experience significantly diminished returns, and that is kind of what's playing out here for Bungie and Marathon. I say all of this as someone who actually gets a reasonable amount of satisfaction from Marathon, because to me it's just a PvP sandbox. That's kind of how I view it. I don't mind about the extraction thing or losing loot that much, because I just see all of that as a conduit to being in that sandbox in the first place, right? And I do think gunplay in Marathon, coming from Bungie, and the general gameplay is actually pretty fun. Yet that is a niche experience, as has been described many times by many different people. And we also have to factor in another component here, which is that in the time since Season 2 dropped, Bungie of course announced the end of Destiny 2 live service, then went through another significant round of layoffs, which, much like the initial launch of Marathon, a component of that frustration and the anger that people actually have towards the product and the IP is because of the treatment of Bungie's other, bigger, and frankly more loved IP, Destiny. And I can say firsthand from experience and from chatting with people I know, even some of the folks who were reasonably invested in Marathon when it initially dropped, have said to me directly, after what they did with Destiny 2, ending its service, and seemingly kind of killing the franchise, right? They've made no promise about anything else in the Destiny franchise in the future. Then the layoffs, which have had a massive impact on a whole bunch of people's lives who ultimately have carried Bungie for all these years. There's a really significant amount of anger here, and a lot of that lives within Bungie's core potential audience. And I've said it before, Bungie had hoped to gain a new player base for Marathon. They didn't bank on it largely surviving because Destiny players were interested in it. Yet unfortunately, the small player base that Marathon did kind of grow, especially in its first season, had a significant number of Destiny players within it. And so what ultimately has ended up happening is Bungie hoped for a new audience. That didn't really pan out. The audience that they had got, or at least a very significant portion of it, were Bungie fans and Destiny fans. And so as they've done this damage to their own reputation, it has ultimately contributed to filtering out the core audience's interest in what Bungie are doing, especially as it relates to Marathon. And I think that kind of ecosystem that they've created for themselves and the game and public opinion around Bungie actually will be one of the biggest factors in whether Marathon can survive. And my strong assumption at this point is that it can't. Again, I don't say that as a hater. I say it as someone who's looking at the equation realistically, and as someone who also understands the way that Destiny players feel about the Bungie equation in general. Some would say I'm dropping a lot of criticism and negative commentary here without making any suggestions about how Bungie could turn things around, and this is where it gets ludicrous, because I think one of the only ways they really could do that would be to almost completely rebuild Marathon and ultimately make it...
You'd have to go back in time. We'd have to access some Vex technology and go back. You know? What was that? What was the thing that Osiris had? The sundial, dude? Can we can we go back? I don't think there's anything that can fix Marathon. And the problem can be most especially seen for Marathon in, I think, Arc Raiders more than anything. Arc Raiders has lost 93% of its population, and it was the magnum opus of extraction shooters. So if people, for whatever reason, don't want to play that, and I know that they're not the same game, but if they don't want to play that, which is the best extraction shooter in the world, right? Or at least was perceived that for a while, that really shows the fatigue or the disinterest in this style of game. It was Wildfire, I guess, for a little bit. For like 5 months there, Arc Raiders ruled the world. But now, nothing, dude. It's a crazy time. I wonder what the timeline would have looked like if Marathon did launch before Arc Raiders. And imagine if Marathon had the success of Arc Raiders. Like, wave a magic wand, none of the controversies exist. And Marathon had those crazy 500,000 player count numbers, dude. God, what a weird timeline that would be.
Closer to what Destiny was. And we know that's ludicrous because in that case, you almost may as well just still be making Destiny. Wow, we arrived exactly where we thought we would. But nonetheless, that's my update on where Marathon's currently sitting in case you hadn't paid any attention. And chances are many of you haven't paid a massive amount of attention. But peaking at 4,000 players for a AAA game 5 months into launch, when that game is supposed to support a studio as significant as Bungie, while they also continue to lose key parts of their dev team, spiral is one of the best words I could apply to this situation. And I'm about as patient with Bungie as anyone really can be, unless they're completely delusional, I guess, or just don't care. Each to their own, but I don't see how this pans out in a remotely good way. And the saddest part about that for me is that it kind of adds to that further feeling of certainty that we may not see anything in the Destiny franchise again, which absolutely sucks. Those are my thoughts. Share yours below. If you enjoyed the discussion, a rating would very much help us out. But otherwise, thanks for watching, and I'll catch you all very soon.
All right, there it is. That was a breakdown from Houndish on how the Bungie situation keeps getting worse day by day. And he actually posted this before the most recent update that did pretty bad, and a lot of people are criticizing it. There's a lot of broken things in the game that came from it, which is, you know, kind of the Bungie classic at this point. And the player counts are teetering really close to triple digits now at the low points, 1,100 people online, so I just want to know the day when the madness stops. You know, is it going to be in September? Is it going to be in October? When are we going to finally get to stop talking about this game? Like, I almost have fatigue from the fact that this game is such a big conversation, and Bungie continues to just push it forward against the will of everyone, it would seem, against the will of the world. They're like Sisyphus pushing this fucking giant turd up this hill only to get crushed by it eventually, right? That's what I envision with this project. And I just wish the madness would stop. Truly, I just wish the madness would stop, because it feels like every day we just step a step further away from Destiny 3. And I think that's the biggest frustrating part about it, right? It's not that I hate Marathon so much. It's fine, whatever. It's just a game. I don't care that much, really. But every day we continue to pump money into this thing and, you know, just spend more time, money, effort, energy, anything on this. It's just such a waste of time, man. It's just such a waste of time. And we don't have that much time, guys. We just don't have that much time. We got to get something cooking up for Destiny. If we can't, then we are just fucked. And that's fine, too. That might be the outcome. We might be fucked either way. But it feels like there's at least a window of opportunity here where we could, you know, have some semblance of logic applied here and try to save Bungie, try to save the Destiny franchise in some way. But maybe I'm just delusional. Maybe I'm just deranged Destiny man that Bungie has truly driven insane. But even as an outsider, like, we see all these other videos of people that don't even play Destiny, they don't even play Marathon, and they talk about the situation. You know, we were talking about Luke Stevens recently, and they say the same thing. So it's like this congruent narrative across all social media from every industry expert, whether YouTuber or journalist, Paul Tassi, everyone's all saying the same thing. And some of us are screaming it at the top of our lungs. And yet Bungie and Sony are like, no, 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 no. Everything's fine. We're going to keep making Marathon. It's like, God damn, man. It's so frustrating, dude. There's only 1,100 online? Yeah, there's 1,100 people online at the low point. Yeah. Yeah, like 11. Like, look at this. Is the 1 week. Yesterday, there was 1,186 people online. Low point, yeah. It was bad. All right, chat. That's a wrap for me tonight. Enough marathon ranting. Smash the like button. Subscribe. Follow. Notifications on. I'm out. I'm going to go hop in the sauna. I'm going to sweat out my frustrations in the sauna. All right, we're cranking that sauna up to fucking 180, and we're getting cooked in there. Right, we're getting cooked in there, just like we got cooked today in my solo flawless attempts. Unfortunate. We'll be back tomorrow, attempting more solo flawless, and I'll see you then. Have a good night. Later, Rudar. Later, Hot Rodsman. Later, Raygun. Later, Tony Hayabusa. Until tomorrow.